Namaskar, good morning, good day to all my friends throughout the world. This is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India on June 17, 2020, talking to you about current issues of COVID-19, concrete is a part of management, and FIDIC. And let us see how much I can accommodate this day, because concrete is long talk and FIDIC is also long talk. In concrete, I am using Qatar specifications, and for COVID I am using Red Book, and for FIDIC I am using Red Book, and for issues like COVID etc. I am using current news. For information, it's like letting people know about what's happening, because everybody is not interested in consuming time on news. But I think it's my duty, being a senior, to at least let people know what's happening around, and that's very important. And this part goes to COVID-19. COVID-19, a very important issue, and in between I'll show you which part I'm talking by this normal handwritten tags, so that you know what I'm talking about. Right? This is what COVID I'm talking. I'll take another one. So dear friends, let's move further. Talk is long, but it's never too late. This is 31 degrees around this time, and expected is 41 in daytime. I'm located at Faridabad, NCR, Bharat, India. This is just at border of Delhi, capital of this country. It's extended part of capital. This is NCR, just for information of all concerned, National Capital Region we call it, and this is extended capital of Delhi according to plan of Delhi. That is called NCT, National Capital Territory, and it's called NCR, National Capital Region. It contains many states around Delhi, like Haryana, like UP, like that means. It's the extended part of Delhi. It's not part of state, it's part of, in between state and well, just for information. COVID I'm talking about. COVID, which is very, very dynamic now, I can say super dynamic, not dynamic. Well, I used to call it teacher, but I think it's a dean, not only teacher. He's heading towards unknown destination, and people are surprised, of course. Everybody measures its value on its own, every country. But COVID does not know any country. COVID-19 does not understand meaning of any country, because it is countryless. Its country is world. Its country is earth. That's the beauty of COVID management. We are calling it COVID, but I don't know what it calls itself, because it takes name what human calls. So maybe it's also called COVID-19 or Corona. It does not know any boundary. It does not know where you live. It goes on to all places in world, and it teaches lesson to those who show very good pride that we have handled it. Still, there are people, there are countries in world who claim that they handled it successfully, and I don't know, draw pride in there for what? What you handled it? You don't know it, how can you handle it? Same thing. Means you are handling effects, or you are handling COVID. That's point of view. What you are handling, in fact you are handling nothing. You are handling nothing, it's fact. Means I don't know what is that. And I say I won over it. I am enjoying, because there is no other way. People ask me, how are you? I would know, yes, I am fine, that's formal answer. But usually nowadays, if somebody asks me, how do you do? I would never say fine. I ask, why you are asking this question? You know that no one is fine in this moment. In 2020, this is June month, and from, you can say, since January, no one is fine. People were not understanding this before, but now people have come to terms that yes, it's not going so easily, and they are all affected. There's no country left in which is not affected. So how can you say, I am fine? When lakhs of people have lost their lives, hundreds and thousands of people are going to lose their lives, still more and millions may lose their life, nobody knows. We know we are going to die, lakhs and millions and could be crores, who knows? Out of 8 billion people on earth, how many billion or crores may die? Nobody knows. It's all hidden on future cards. But it's a fact that a fact is there. A fact, you can say, subtly I can say, there's confusion, there's chaos, there is, depression, there is uncertain future. All such positive and negative thoughts move together. People have hope also, but unfounded hope. They know it can affect everybody. Still, world is moving. People are enjoying somewhere. Somewhere they are not enjoying. They think, oh, lockdown is open, a great thing has happened, we enjoy this. You enjoyed life for centuries. We all enjoyed life for centuries. All countries, they enjoy lives. Good time, bad time, normal time, abnormal time. They enjoyed whole life for centuries. Billions of people enjoyed. Because they are used to that type of time, a certain abnormalcy they cannot digest. We say God tests everybody. That's true. We are all undergoing a test. Whole world is undergoing a test. Not one country or two countries. Approximately all countries, all economies of world have been undergoing test. Examination by examining body, COVID-19. It's examining everybody without showing its true identity. And you have to appear in examination. No roll number is required, but you are under examination. It's beauty of nature, beauty of God's design. It forces you for examination. You may like or you may not like. You may like to appear in examination, you may not like to appear. That's not up to you. You are forced to do that. That's what's that. Some people had so much pride in some countries, I should say, not people. Countries like China had pride. New Zealand had pride. Oh, we have cleared our nation of COVID. This, I think, declaration was last week. Okay, China had declared months back, but maybe not months back, weeks back. And last week, New Zealand declared we are free. You have pride, and this will teach you a lesson very simple. Show your pride, express your pride, and this will depride you. This is certain. There is no uncertainty in this. It is certain that it will depride you because you had a pride. So you have no right to have a pride. Simple answer is that don't have pride. If COVID is not saying anything, keep mum. If COVID is not saying anything, keep mum. If COVID is blessing you, keep mum. Don't come its way. You have no right to call that we have won over COVID now, because you have not won over anything. You are just, it had mercy on you. It left your place momentarily and reinstated its existence there. So what you did? China was jumping, oh, had done it. Okay. What happened in Beijing now? Yesterday news was it was 102 people were infected. Beijing, capital of China. Previously it was Wuhan, now Beijing, and same thing, 2 women were declared, 2 men were identified affected by COVID-19 in New Zealand. So New Zealand also declared fastly. That's why I say don't jump over COVID-19. Until you know about this, who it is, don't jump, don't try to jump. No meaning in jumping over this, no meaning at all. Because you have no power over it, you have no power over COVID. So what can you do? Don't jump over this place, that's what I say. This won't help you, and won't help you ever. Be smart, but not with COVID-19 is itself very smart, so don't act smart with COVID. I just read news 20 minutes back, probably when I was to start this talk, that long back from Canada shipment arrived in China, into China. There was some virus sent by that. This investigation was done by English agency, and English agency or England agency, you can say, confirmed that some shipment which was dispatched from Canada to China months back, not just like means I don't know, maybe long back, it contained virus. So how it is turning, you see. So far people had decided, had contemplated, oh, it's China. First there's a China generated this, it's an artificial virus. They say, no, it came from China. Now they start saying this now, oh, it's a sent to China from Canada. So you see how many terms are coming up. Fact remains that none of world scientists, none of world technocrats, and none of us who are supposed to tell us about this aren't available. We don't know anything about this, and until we are successful in knowing or we should not say, because it's all assumption, imagination, hypothetication. Oh, I say this happens, that happens. No, please don't tell. Just keep waiting and see how it works. Because we do not understand this. Nobody has understood this, what it does. And everybody is saying, oh, we got successful, we handled it. Just like our country says, oh, we handled it. What did we handle? Nothing. What did we do? We did nothing. But we say we handled it successfully. Our death rates are low. Question is not of death rate. Question is this, how it is impacting your country. That is not a question here. Question is, it is there. It should not be there, but it is there. It should not be there. It has access to all areas of world. So don't jump on conclusion that you are a winner or you have handled it, tackled it. If somebody says this, I think it's not wisdom of that person. It is just anxiety of that person. Just for what they want to declare. We are free of this, or we can handle this. You can't handle unknown. You can't handle unknown. So do not mislead others. People are already depressed. Economy is down. Everything is down. People are already depressed. They are not having jobs. And nearly, you can say, those who are below poverty lines in our country, they don't have food, or maybe very small food for themselves. The government is not extending any help to them except giving some bags like 500 rupees or 200 rupees like that. That's not proper management. So I'm not talking what they should give, what they should not give, but fact remains that the government is not doing its duty, not only, and many other countries, if you see Gulf countries, if you say GCC countries, they are helping their people, they are helping their residents, they are helping their citizens without any disparity among them, whether this belong to our country or this does not belong to our country. They are helping everybody, they are testing everybody. In our country, no tests are conducted on all citizens, only optional or selective. We are a failure in testing, that's also a fact. It's better to speak frankly. If my government does not do its job, I should say my government is not doing. What's wrong with that? It's not a question of reputation or not reputation. If you are not doing, I would say you are not doing, it should be accepted. You do it, finish. It's not your money, it's public money. Do it and help people by hiding cases, by hiding statistics about this infection. You are trying to go oppose nation. You are not helping nation. In fact, you are not helping whole world, because if this infection stays somewhere in world, it affects whole world. Until it's wiped out, you cannot say that you have helped yourself. Just like it reappeared in China, Beijing, it reappeared in New Zealand. You cannot say those people just they got anxiety and say we have handled this. Do not say we are handling this. Can't be handled by you. Had it been handled by you, that you would have won over it by now, and it was gone from world and all would be free. But it's not going. I heard one virologist from USA, let's say yesterday, that it will affect 60% of Americans. If it's going to affect 60% of Americans are 33, I think 33 crores, 330 million. If 33 crores Indian, 60% is about 18 crores or 19 crores, let us say 18 crores. If 15 to 80 crores people are going to be affected according to that biology, and that only USA, then you may say it's about 40% of whole world will be affected. In that case, 40%, you can say about 300 crores people are going to be affected. Is that possible? 300 crore people will be infected by that, and if 300 crore people will be infected by that, if you take 1% death rate, then 300 crores means 300 crores means you can say out of 100 crores means 1 crore, so 3 crore people shall be affected by this. Means we are waiting for future deaths of 3 crore people of world. Is that not a serious point? It's a very serious thing. I think it's very serious. Very, very serious. We are all happy in every country. We are removing lockdown. Okay, you are removing lockdown. That's another point. But what's feeling happiness? You are coming out, and happiness also retakes you to sadness, because you forget when you are saying I'm in a lockdown. I've been locked down for 2, 3, 4 months, and I come out, you are getting anxiety, excited. I'm free now. Free for what? You are going to coffee shop, you are going to some gardens and some parks, some beaches and some hotels, enjoying for just to enjoy. But what for you want to enjoy? You think problem is solved. A misconception being created among people by lifting lockdown, you are free. I have seen people are crazy everywhere. There was a lady who come to my area. I asked, where is why are you not wearing your mask? You are coming from outside. You should wear mask. Oh, no, it's okay. Sai Baba is there. Oh, why are you bringing Sai Baba in this case? You have to take precaution, or you have to leave this precaution to be taken by Sai Baba. Sai Baba we call Mr. Say Baba, or equivalent to God people consider. But they have a trust in that, they believe in that will help you. Okay, Sai Baba shall help you. But when Sai Baba given you, he has given you a way to protect yourself. Why you want this protection on your behalf to be conducted by Sai Baba? You take this only just to you use mask and your glasses. Can't you do that? When you take food, or Sai Baba takes food on your behalf? You take food. So when you masticate food, you use your hands, you use your tongue, use everything to take the food. Why can't you use this mask? Why do you say Sai Baba shall take care? Sai Baba will take care first, you take care. Yes, I'm just giving an example how people think. And people don't understand what mask does it for them. I have seen 50% people just covering their lips, and 20% people hanging this mask. They're not going to use it just to show I have mask. Mask is not for purpose showing. It's not for purpose of closing your lips. It's for purpose of closing your mouth and your nostrils. These are called nostrils. If you can't understand, you just make the point that it's practically I'm talking. It's not theoretically. You should understand what I'm saying. That it's not fault of someone. It's not fault of Sai Baba. It's not fault of anybody. It's your carelessness. You don't understand what life is. That's the point here. So don't be careless. I should not say you just use mask. I would suggest also use glasses. Also use glasses, and possible also you can put some cotton here in your ears, because this virus can enter through any open doors of your body. You trust God, it's your right, but do not leave every act to be done by God on your behalf. This is my concern. A second part of this is that craze is on everywhere. Everywhere there is craze that our economy is dead. Yes, that's right. Grow everywhere realize that our economy is dead. That's okay. Economy is dead. But why economy is dead? That's also a point. Economy is not dead, actually your mindset is dead. Economy is same. Your requirements have increased. Your requirements have increased so much that you can't do without that. That is the point. I am not going to talk idealistic world. I am a practical person. Yes, you are requiring economy. You require every luxury in your life. Without that, you cannot live. So, but you have discovered also by this happening of COVID-19 that economies are also based on hollow foundation. I thought that world is very rich. Countries said we are very rich. America said I am very rich. England said we rule over many countries, we are rich. Gulf said we are rich. But now it has been shown that all are having hollow vessels. If they cannot exist for 2-3 months without worry, without single factor that our economy is dead. If your economy is dead in 2 or 3 months, what sort of economy you are talking of? Means you have only reservation for 2 or 3 months. After that you start dying. This means our so many companies, organizations all over are not that strong as they show. You just retrench your employees. You could not pay them for 2-3 months. Yes, you had power, you retrench them. But fact remains that after all it affects every life. So I'm not saying you retrench them, that's not your right. You can do whatever you want. This means you are not having money for them to let them continue for 2-3 months without anything. Think of those who are working from homes, they can manage, but life is not for them only. Work from home means about service sector only, few people, few percentage can work, not all. 70 or 80% people still work out of your homes. They work in industry, they work in factories, they work on construction, they work on everywhere. Your development work is moving. You have to think of them as well. You cannot simply say that economy is dead. And I'm not going to talk much on economy because this problem exists when we are nervous. Actually, fact remains the whole world is nervous. Whole world is nervous. And on top of that, this Black Lives Matter is another point in same sequence. So it's all going everywhere. It looks that on an average, minds of world have been washed, brainwashed. Minds have been painted. So analytical power of world has dropped. Analytical power of world has dropped. I've been in some debates about profession and about education of engineering, And I discovered that same repetitive talks, same presentations, and no pointed discussion, major pointed discussion, how to handle world. Journalism would not work. Limited. Generalism, I'm not saying journalism, I'm saying generalism. Generalism. Generalism means, when you say general, means not very specific. Generalism would not work now. If you have to reassemble life, you have to live accordingly, you have to change accordingly. That's very important point. I will talk it later on, because I don't want to mix up COVID-19 issue, because it was an important issue for me to discuss, regarding which world is troubling. And I was surprised, I was amazed to know that the suggestion or advice or forecast or by that virologist of US that says it would be 60% people that we are impacted upon. So far I think it's very little people, with 5 million people I think so in America who have been impacted upon. So it's very small. This means America is also going to die in that infection. China has not died that much, but it will die also. So this means this infection, this COVID-19 is not going to end today, tomorrow, or in coming weeks. This is having a long journey to share with us. So we have to be ready for that. That's why my message is, irrespective of whatever news are coming in, I think there's no meaning at all for now. Everybody knows what's happening around the world. And there are other news also which are not relevant in COVID, like China, India, Bharat, etc. disputes, and all that we leave it currently. This is political issue sometimes, and I should not include in this talk, because for that I talk separately. My cover up in this is my destiny, or my objective in this talk is about COVID-19. I start with this just to have just to let people know, just to disseminate certain information, because everybody does not go to read news all day, and that's why I read news, to let people know at least some important points. And I'm happy with that. At least I'm doing something. I'm spending some time on this every day, couple of hours on news, and then whatever I think it's good news, I post on Facebook. Also, same videos I'm making this, I post on Facebook as well as on LinkedIn and also Twitter. So I also put this nowadays on structural injuries for India, which is having over 25,000 members or qualified engineers, so to let them know about what professional issues are concerned. So I want to pull further on this issue of COVID-19, and therefore I go to start on other issues. I stop this, and I'll start issue of management, and that is management means you say management quality. That is my issue here. Management and quality. Management and quality. What is management? What is quality? I have to discuss on this and then follow concrete. So this is management and quality. This is management and quality here. I can say management and quality performance. This is for civil, electrical, mechanical, all, and that's actually buildings. Then talking, and after this I'll talk of. So now management is project management. What do you mean by management? Every time I talk like this, because I talk like a student. Means I don't know what is management. I want to understand this. What's wrong if I consider myself a student or KG boy? I don't know management. Simple. I do not understand management. I want to teach myself. Can somebody teach me what is management? Because whatever I could understand so far, I don't call that management. I don't understand that management which people call it management. Reason? There are so many reasons. First of all, what is management? What's the difference between management and engineering? Is there some difference? What is engineering and what is management? Can we understand this point? Can somebody understand? Tell me what is difference between management and engineering? Because when I talk of management, I don't know what is management. And when I talk of engineering, I find everything there which is managed, which is organized. Engineering requires first of all money, this finance. It then requires resources, permanent resource and temporary resource. Then it requires technology, and it requires that type of resources, human resources and mechanical resources and materials. So when it requires that much, what's left for management? Why do you separate these terms like management and engineering? That's the point I am serious about. Some people think if you are MBA, you are a manager. Okay, you are a manager, that's your education. I'm not disputing about that. My dispute is not at all about that. My question is there no dispute. Basically, my qualification is civil engineering degree holder. You call degree holder, or you can say I am a professional engineer, international professional engineer, chartered engineer, because of my degree and my experience. My projected experience, my earned experience, which contains good and bad both. Good memories and bad memories. But when I take projection of engineering subjects into life, and when I compare it to what these guys who call themselves managers or manager, you can say management graduates or postgraduates, what functions do they have? How can they participate themselves in integration with engineering? I don't find any place of management in engineering. Because engineering, particularly civil engineering, which in itself is basics engineering, it's not going to do something, it's very, brought something ready-made and installed. It's not civil engineering. We have to procure basics materials, fundamental materials, natural materials, and then we have to give shape to that materials or combination of those materials into certain engineering form, which is used in society all over the world. And it's based on many subjects, not one subject. So if I study like that, means if you want somebody is engineer, what does it mean? Somebody is civil engineer or mechanical engineer, we talk like that. Okay, we are engineers. This means they must have gone through 35 to 40 subjects minimum during their degree times. That's true. And of course schooling is there, which is common for all. So when schooling is there common for all, and they have to study so many subjects, what does it mean? It means they have a lot of knowledge. They have a mathematical knowledge, they have physics, chemistry knowledge, they have sciences knowledge, maybe they have, you can say, designs knowledge and construction knowledge and theory knowledge, and you can say whatever specific subjects they study in engineering, like fluid mechanics, like designs, like construction, railways, roads, bridges, and civil engineering, and a lot more. Are those subjects not part of management? Yes, you can say those are engineering subjects. Engineering subjects, okay, but engineering is not alone. Can engineering move alone? Engineering cannot move alone. Let's take example of engine, railway engine, plane engine, car engine. Why do we call that engine? If that engine does not exist in either of these equipment or machines, can these machines perform? These machines cannot perform. So that word itself is telling that is head manager there. If engine is there, it's the manager of plane, it's the manager of a train, it's the manager of your car. This means management is involved, or you can say formula is involved, or you can say organization is involved, or you can say circuit is involved. Whatever you say, it's involved. You cannot deny that fact. So why do we then isolate ourselves from management? Management principle says you have to select right person for right job. Okay, that's right. So what does engineer do? Is engineer not right person for engineering job? That person is right. Survival of fittest. It works. Efficiently it works. But it does not work in ordinary way. It works where value is required. So what do I understand by management? Or I actually do not like to use term management, because management term is something different which gives a different signal. I am only managing, but I don't consider I am only managing. I consider I am doing. I work, I think and work. Ideally speaking, what I learned in my education, I work on that using those educational backgrounds. And then I successfully work, depending on what is done practically. And my organization of management says you have not to work alone, you have to reach certain product. That product should be there, otherwise it's not engineering. All engineerings require products. Mechanical engineering requires products, spare parts or machines or whatever it is, assembly or machine, or design of product or manufacturing of parts of any machine. Same way electrical, it designs transformers, it designs switch gears and many more items. All they deliver products, distribution boards, package units, hundreds of items, not one, not two. Of course, based on designs and calculations. Is that not management? Our management does not go without product. That is difference between engineering management and ordinary management, MBA or others. They are not destined to product, they are destined to only blank management, talk management, finance management, HR management. They don't know what this HR or this person can do, but they say we will elect, we will select, we will appoint. Means not a cover up, but just something to show. Like, there's a book on which cover is very beautiful, but when you go inside, open that book and study that, you will not even find what's written on that cover has got any relation to contents of book. I have no hunger, I have no thirst to criticize some profession. But that profession establishes its roots everywhere, which says, I am better than engineering. And that's why many engineers, hundreds and thousands of engineers, have adopted management education on top of engineering education, and they ignored engineering education and permanently adopted management education. Not because management they understand, actually they understand neither management nor engineering. They understand only one point, and that point how many money, how much fulus you are going, fulus I mean to say bucks or US dollars. Fulus is called in Arabic. What money I am getting, package of my salary, and then criteria of package criteria actually is very dangerous. When completion of package comes in, education is defeated, knowledge is defeated. You take example a doctor, engineer. They are very high class professionals. High class, but highest class you can say. There is no other educated person who can compare with them. No other. And if these two professionals, medical doctor and engineers, are not available, world cannot move at all. That is also a fact of life. This point actually we fail to understand. When money pulls you, money attracts your attention, you are sold, this money buys you, and you forget engineering. I have seen certain cases in my own circle. Somebody did very good engineering, that was also nuclear engineering, and when I knew that female had got degree of nuclear engineering, I was impressed, very much impressed. And I told her father, who is a doctor, that she is an asset for world, not for this country alone. Because nuclear degree is very important, very difficult. Everybody cannot do it. So this girl is powerful in education, and I appreciate it. But later I knew that she got admission in MBA. I was upset. I told them, why you go for MBA? If you had to improve further, you could go for MT, ME or PhD in your branch. Why you are going to MBA? Answer was same, package. So if your destiny is package, you are not human being. You are not a role model if your target is only package. What does package mean? Pack you. It shall pack you. You are going to be an article, a good. It's package. You don't want to contribute for technical development, engineering development. You want just to be used as material for some company, some organization, for their business promotion and nothing else. If that is your objective, why did you waste your time in engineering? What was function of that? No objective of that. What was objective? No objective. To be very frank. So what I am saying is, you advise someone or don't advise someone, people do not listen to you. Not at all. They just measure, what they think is right. They just measure that. For them, development of world is no meaning. If you are getting package, you are having a status. If you are having good car, good house, and you are having good spouse based on your education, your job, you are a settled person in life. This means education has come down. This engineering degree that person achieved not for engineering but just to get admission into MBA. So I was really disappointed. I am disappointed. Why don't you develop your own field? What's wrong in your own field? Yes, you are not getting money, I agree. But a civil engineer who constructs a building from an open plot or a vacant plot or in forest or in desert, and when you see that desert is converted to industrial city or that desert is converted to some residential city or to some other powerhouse or to some other infrastructural project, what do you feel? Package. And what shall an MBA feel? Because that MBA can do nothing. That MBA cannot construct that project. That MBA cannot work anywhere except in office to find out certain solutions for finances or to appoint some human resources which may not be suitable to those people who would use them. because target of that MBA human resources professional will be to reduce salaries of those he wants to recruit rather than scrutinize their technical skills. Technical skills are important if you want good people with you. Otherwise, you have monkeys with you and donkeys with you who can't give anything to you. Means, therefore, I'm saying why I'm talking of management. This is what I'm about. I want to develop profession. I don't want to develop management. When you are a professional, certainly you are a manager because you are expert of your profession, of your extra professional activities, of your public relations, of your general work, of your spatial work, because you are immersed in that. When you are on a project, you are immersed in that. It's not simply a project. It's your destination for some years. You are there for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years on that project, which itself states that you are in a practical university or you are in a practical college institution where you are doing job, so you are getting salary, but you are giving returns of that in forms of assets for nation or assets for world. That asset speaks for you. That assets speak for those engineers who contributed for that project to build. Is that not enough? Yes, you are getting, of course, salary. You are not getting that salary that this management guy gets. It doesn't mean you are smaller. That management guy cannot do what you have done. And certainly you would do if you are given a chance what that guy is doing. That's why I used to say in past also, an engineer can become a manager, but a manager cannot become an engineer. That's also a fact. This talk or this statement is not to be taken a negative assumption. What I stress is that profession is profession. It is lifelong. It helps economies to move. It helps society to develop. If there were no profession of civil, electrical, mechanical, and of course others, we would not have developed. America would not have been America what it is, and all other countries would not have been what they are. There would have been no electrical supply. There would have no trains and buses, no cars. All that is seen because of engineering profession. So it is a continuous profession. There is no gap. As far as you work profession, you work throughout life, you make yourself up and up and up and up. No graduation mark of certificate, but your job itself says you have done it. You will find much difference in a fresh person coming out of university after passing BE, and when that person talks to you after 15 years, you will see what that person says. Lot of difference in knowledge if you compare while coming out of university and now after 15 years remaining in field. That point clearly states that there is a difference in organization and management. We are not managing, we are organizing something to do. Management applies to where something is already there, you have to do that or improve on that. While engineering says no, nothing is available, you have to produce that. You have to produce it, while management says no, don't produce it. It's already there, use it or operate on this. Management does not make you father or mother or parent. Professional organization makes you parent. That is difference. So I feel, you can say upgraded. I feel high level of pride in myself when I say I am an engineer and I am indispensable in my job. I mean, not personally I am saying for myself, as an engineer I am saying engineers should say that I am required for world, I am required for society, I am required for job to develop nation, to develop all undeveloped areas and to help whole world. That is my caliber as engineer. Every day of engineer teaches engineer something. When engineers are occupied, they are on professional jobs or in freelancing, they work, they think and they shape something without any restrictions on that, what you should do, you should not do. Even during sleep, engineer thinks what to do. So my concept of organization is quite different. It's not what you think it is. It's part of management, I'm saying that. And now enough for this, I think. Management and quality, that's the purpose of my saying management and quality. Quality now I'm saying about this. When I say management or organization, it should be powerful. It should be given a quality of power. Quality has got many meanings at many places. I say management quality or quality management. Do you understand this? When I say management quality, what does it mean? Or I say quality management, what does it mean? You think both are same? Think on this. This is a question, important question, management quality or organization quality. Or quality organization or quality management. When I say organization quality, it means that organization I'm talking of, or my own organization, it has certain plus points. It has certain parameters. It has certain inputs. It has certain reliability. Reliability, which is also very important part, which can also not be taken for granted, because reliability means something very different. It comprises of three bases, that is safety and also serviceability and durability. So safety plus serviceability plus durability equal to reliability. If your efforts are safe, your efforts are servicing something, and your efforts are are leading to long distance travel safely, it means you are reliable. When we call some person is reliable, this means that person or that document should have that much power, which affects into these three requirements. Reliability requirement, it may be engineering or other parts of world, or you can say non-engineering, where your opinion moves, your suggestion counts, and you get used to that when people call you reliable person or reliable organization. That organization must have that type of skills. That's only reason I thought to talk to you about this management. I have talked a lot on this before, but I should say that certain management, certain organization, whatever you should do it certain. Don't do it diluted. Don't do it, we can't take responsibility of. It should be concrete, it should be certain. That point we must have. If you are not certain, you are not organizer, you are not manager. Because we cannot forget certainty and we cannot forget leadership, which should be certain. We cannot go on something which is not, you can say, accountable. We have to be accountable. And you can say, we cannot take something on non-clarity or you can say ambiguity. Whatever we decide, it should be clear-cut, without any doubt, based on complete calculations of ins and outs, or you can say we should be very much concrete, certainly definite, and you must have confidence of that. If you are confident of that, your thought, you act on that with maturity, without any declaration, you deliver that. Otherwise, you just show, cry, shout, and do nothing. So my management thought is different. I don't want to even present all those which people present. Today we are so much advanced, electronics has given us this, communication has given us this, internet has given us this, and all that they talk. Clouds and this. Okay, that's technology means. What actually we achieved, that's important. We are using technology. What's the special in that? Technology available we are using. But what we are doing is important. How much change we have brought to system, how much change we have brought to quality, that's the point. Did our system change or worsen or it got better? That's the point to be seen. I don't need presentations like, repetitions. We know that, what's happening in world. We get every day. We want something which can be called really AI product. That's what we say. Now, I will stop this talk here and move to very important talk of profession, and that is concrete. I think concrete is not a joke. Concrete, as its name states, concrete in itself is a concrete. So my concrete means it is a solid subject. Concrete, let me open its file first and we talk then, because without file I can't talk anything, and I'll take some, because concrete is, let me take some small water for my drying throat. Just take 1 minute please, that because I'm feeling thirsty. It's hot water, yet hot, I think it's yet hot. Only small water now, and half an hour later I put it off. Concrete. As this title itself says that again I'm just showing this text because you should know what I'm talking about, because it's long talk and it's difficult sometimes to know what we're talking. I'm talking on concrete It's just handwritten message. I just want to change some style. Be simple. Why to use for everything computer and prints. This is concrete. And concrete itself means something very solid. So concrete is solid itself. And for your information, I am referring to you, this is concrete specifications, that is 2014, and it is, it is Qatar based. Yesterday I talked of transportation of concrete. I talked yesterday up to transportation of concrete, how to transport that, how to do that, means place it, and how to placing, transportation, compaction, and continuity of concrete work. This lasted, this continuity of concrete work, I'll just repeat, then we start your this. It says, whenever instructed by engineer, contractor shall carry out work in such a manner that placing of concrete in any particular section of structure to be executed without any interruption whatsoever from beginning to end of operation. Now, casting of concrete shall not begin until a sufficient quantity of approved material is at hand to ensure continuity of operation, nor shall work begin until there is sufficient equipment in reserve in case of breakdown. And before it was compaction of concrete, so I'm just giving you a refresh idea. What I've talked about compaction of concrete, you know very well, because concrete in loose form is not dense, so we have to compact that so that to get density, required density of 2.4 or 2,400 kg per meter cube minimum. So it says concrete shall be thoroughly compacted by vibration. Vibration means application of vibrator nozzle. Concrete shall be thoroughly compacted by vibration during operation of placing and thoroughly worked around reinforcement, around embedded fixtures and into corners or formwork to form a solid mass free from voids. Solid mass free from voids means no voids in that. So that's what basic is. And it says further, when vibrators are used to compact concrete, vibration shall be applied continuously during placing of each batch of concrete until expulsion of air has practically ceased, and in a manner that does not promote segregation of constituents of concrete. Immersion type vibrators shall be capable of producing not less than 10,000 cycles per minute of their rotations or oscillations, you can say oscillations, 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 and external vibrators not less than 3,000 cycles per minute oscillations. A sufficient number of vibrators in serviceable condition shall be on site to ensure that spare equipment is always available in event of breakdown. Here immersion type vibrators shall be inserted. Immersion types which goes into concrete, the nozzle goes into concrete, that's called immersion type. Immersion type vibrators shall be inserted into uncompleted concrete vertically and at regular intervals, where uncompacted concrete is in layers above freshly compacted concrete, and vibrators shall penetrate vertically for about 100 mm into previously laid vibrators. Layers Vibrators shall not come into contact with reinforcement or formwork. Shall be drawn back slowly from mass concrete so that it leaves no voids in concrete. Internal type vibrators shall not be placed in concrete in a random or haphazard manner. Nor shall concrete be moved from one part of work to another by means of vibrators. Operators shall be trained in use of vibrators. Foremen shall have a minimum of 5 years experience in supervision of placing concrete. Vibration of concrete shall not be applied by way of reinforcement. Compaction shall commence as soon as there is sufficient concrete to immerse vibrator and continue during placing operations, so that at no time shall there be a large volume of uncompacted concrete in formwork. Duration of vibration shall be limited to that period that required to produce satisfactory compaction without causing segregation. Vibration shall be on no account be continued after water or excess grout has appeared on surface. During placing of all reinforced concrete, a competent steel fixer and a competent carpenter shall be in attendance on each concreting dog tank. They shall ensure reinforcement embedded fittings and forms are kept in position as work process. So this was basics of compaction. I'm not going behind for complete discussion what we did last time yesterday. So I'm now going to talk about formwork. I'll talk this. Now, before moving on to formwork, I would like to have a brief discussion what we are talking about. We talked about so far what is concrete, how it is manufactured, what is the purpose of concrete, how it is manufactured, and how it is transported, and how it is placed, and how do we handle it, and how do you sample it for purpose of site test as well as quality test in laboratory, and how we can comply with quality ethics. This point we understood through our limited knowledge, and that's of course very important from every point. Still, I'm just giving you. We're talking of concrete, Qatar specifications 5, section 5, that is concrete. Now, we know concrete, you know concrete, and we know that this is not easy because it is a material to be used long term. It's not a material that is like vegetable or like something we use and consume it. It's not something, like a room scraper, plastic scraper we use for a couple of months and then it's broken and consumed. Concrete is very long-term material, and it serves in many purposes. It's permanent, actually it's body material of your building or your structure. If there's no concrete, you cannot make it, to be very frank. Common sense and common knowledge, engineers know it very well, that concrete in combination with reinforcement steel is very, very important. Combined material, or you can say composite material. Composite in a sense that one end is concrete that is having many ingredients in this to form as material, and there is steel reinforcement of many other such classes that teaches about how we have to ensure quality of concrete compliance. Concrete is one part of RCC, we call it RCC. And why do we call it RCC? That's also one base. When say concrete, cement concrete, and RCC is reinforcement concrete. And why do you call reinforcement? There's also answer. If you go to history, concrete is not a joke, just like steel is not a joke. Both are very expensive materials. Concrete and reinforcement, we call steel reinforcement. We know that, I'm telling you very preliminary, very elementary, that concrete is good in compressive forces. It is good in compression, but it's bad in tension. It's not good in tension. When we say concrete alone, just imagine that you lay a slab without steel on your room. Concrete is very good in compressive forces. Compressive forces means when you load directly on concrete, it's very good. Let's say there's a slab on your room, we call it lintel. If suppose there is no steel in that, can you imagine what shall happen? Your lintel shall not stay, it shall come down. Because its theory is like that. If you are making a slab, you don't use concrete, you don't use your steel bars. After a few months, it's coming out. So what I say, when we say your slab is without steel and you pour concrete, you know what shall happen? Do you know that? When you remove your supporting system, your slab shall come down. Do you know this? You don't know this. Slab that you poured without steel, that is concrete slab. Yes, it can work to some extent in small spans. Let us say that's not slab actually, but when you see long span, 3 meter, 4 meter, 5 meter, there is a development of, when the slab tries to come down. When it tries to come down, it doesn't come down in all corners. It comes down only at middle or center of slab, and then on towards radially, if you go on that diagonally, you'll find that this tries to make a cup. It tries to make a cup or valley type formation. Now that system we have to stop, because that happens due to tensile forces or tension developing in slab concrete. And we know that concrete is not having very good tensile stresses. It cannot take tensile forces. It can take very small, that is negligible. But concrete can take very good compressive forces. So tensile forces cannot be absorbed by timber, it must be held by we call that there is a deficiency of army in some field, some fights go on, some international you can say misconcept move on. There may be some, in this case of concrete, there will be some, you know, something. So that portion of tension forces, where your slab is coming down, in that portion, reinforcement or steel bars are provided, which take a very good, these bars are very good, concrete and steel quality are, these are very good. For that tension, it provides steel in columns, but that bar which takes steel at this stage, that bar, reinforcing bars that the tension and tensile forces, that must be there. Otherwise, your slab won't work as a member of building. Same thing, all concrete won't work. That's basic requirement. Why we use concrete? But concrete is not that simple answer that you just use steel and your concrete and do it. First of all, concrete is very adjustable material. This does not require any specific shape. It can be poured into whatever shape you want. When someone is free, is not joining college, what happens? They enjoy, right? I am here. They don't think of future. And they really think of future. Certainly, they should enjoy. So if you are not thinking of that, what concrete is all about? You just think it's a material when you are using it, it's no use. Concrete is very precious material. It's expensive. Not only expensive, it's very, very artistic as well. It's very, very, qualitative. Its performance is much improved if it's taken care of. It can absorb gases. Now, concrete is not just, just like we say, it's liquid. It's a fluid, fluid, liquid or fluid. Water is, for example, liquid and fluid. Milk is a fluid and liquid. Just like you take tea is like also fluid liquid. Same with sea water or water. All these are fluids and we use them as fluids. Concrete is a specific material which changes on its own from liquid or fluid state to solid state. It does not wait for any command, it does not wait for any instruction, that even if it's not done properly, it takes its shape of its electrons and changes everything. When we say you have to make some type of box for the shape of the shape and put concrete in that, that that box shall be filled with liquid concrete, and after a few hours you will find that that liquid effect has gone, and this has become solid started become solid, and in few days you will find that it's no more concrete, but it's it's solid, it's stone. Your liquid has become stone. Does it not look you surprisingly? I think that must be looking surprising to many how it works. But if you take some other material, if you take milk and put in a bottle, or take water put in a bottle, and keep it for months in your fridge, or leave it as it is, it won't become solid. What's the difference then? Because liquid is one material, there's no ingredient in that. Concrete has ingredients. Concrete has aggregates, it's rock particles. It has cementing materials, and it has water and many other materials. There are chemicals in that. Various types of chemicals in cement, lime, silica, and many admixtures. So when this cementing material acts with water within this mass of concrete, it keeps on reacting from here and there, and millions of electrons are involved in that. Millions of such electrons are involved in that. Where do we stand then? What do you understand by concrete then? This means concrete is the material of utmost importance. If you do not do it rightly, it will do wrongly. If you do not do its casting mode, where it's cast, it shall not give you result that you wanted. And if you are serious, you take care of this, you'll get exactly what you thought of or designed for. It will take that shape, and that shape cannot be changed. That shape cannot be changed, and if you want to change, it's very expensive. So you say you need, concrete. I'm saying that it's not alone concrete, steel is also there. So we call it reinforced concrete steel. Deficiency of tension within concrete as its property is controlled by steel. That part of stresses and tensile forces, you can say, that part of that part which concrete cannot take but steel take, that is governed, that is controlled by steel reinforcement. So combination of both steel reinforcement or steel bars, that we call in technical way reinforcement, because there are some deficiency in concrete about forces of tension, and now those forces of tension are taken by steel provision. So reinforcement, we call reinforcement. Purpose of reinforcement, that means whatever deficiency in concrete are balanced by reinforcement, or that's called combination of two, RCC. We call it reinforced cement concrete, or in short, reinforced concrete. This is so simple to define. But do you understand depth of concrete and its forming support? In our language, we call it formwork. Name itself is formwork. 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 Why it is formwork? Name itself tells. No need explanation. This form is shown. Therefore, this form is very important from every point of view. This form is important from every point of view. Just in between I give tag for those who are not till now here. It is for concrete. I am talking Qatar concrete. So that's okay. Now if you read this, you will find that formwork, this is part 09 formwork, Qatar concrete, simple specs actually, 2014, and in this is formwork. One is general. In general, the scope, references, submittals, and quality assurance. Other work is formwork material, and that is general. It is class. Now it's general material, then it is class of finish and materials, that is you unformed surface. We'll tell you what unformed surface is, and surface finish classification, formwork materials, and exposed concrete surface finish, form ties and coating and accessories. Then formwork execution, general, trial panels, formwork face in contact with concrete and sloping surfaces, and temporary openings, then form windows, coordination, conduits, ties and bolts, and chamfers, cambers, exterior angles, surface retarders, and detection of movement during concrete pavement. And then detection of movement during concrete placement, not pavement, I made a mistake. So building in pipes and working platform, safe access, kickers, cover spacers, water bars. And then there is a removal of formwork, and that is general, stripping of formwork, holes to be filled, repair to damaged concrete surface, delivery and storage. Delivery in that is delivery in the storage is delivery, and in first of all removal of formwork is general, stripping of formwork, holes to be filled, repair to damaged concrete surfaces, and then in delivery and storage is delivery and storage, and then in tolerances it is, and then early loading. These are titles in this. Then now start formwork in general. What says? Formwork in general. Now this includes, you can say, this formwork in general. This includes permanent form, temporary formwork, and false work for structural and architectural cast in places concrete, including form liners, coatings, and accessories. What it says, the scope is permanent forms, permanent form, temporary formwork, and false work for structural and architectural cast in place concrete, including form liners, coatings, and accessories. This is general scope. Now what it says further, related sections and parts are as follows. Section part 8 is transportation and placing of concrete. We have gone through that. Curing, we have to go through that. And 17, that is structural precast concrete. Now section 11 is health and safety, that is part 1 regulatory document, and safety and accident prevention management administration system, that is SAMAS, safety and accident prevention, safety and accident prevention and management administration system. Okay, now the reference is the following standards and other documents are referred to in this part. What are these now? ACI Committee 117, Standard Tolerance for Concrete Construction and Materials, ACI 117-90, American Concrete Institute, Detroit 22 pp. Now, ACI Manual of Concrete Practice Part 2 and 5. These are all references. I'm just telling you. When you open this file, you can see all this. ACI Manual of Concrete Practice 2 and 5. Now, BS 8500 is concrete, we discussed before. Then BS 5975, Code of Practice for False Work, and BSEN 12812, this is false work, performance requirements and general design, CP3, chapter V2 1972. Then EN 1992-11, this is Euro Code 2, this 1912-1-1, this is EN Euro Code 2, design of concrete structures, general rules and rules for buildings. And GSO, that's Gulf Standards Organization, GSO EN 206-1, concrete specifications, performances, product and conformity. Now, Concrete Society Technical Report number 13. Now, submittals. Now, what actually it is? Shop drawings shall include plans and sections giving following minimum information for each level. Shop drawings are required for form work. It says, that's also very important point. Shop drawings are required for form work. It's details of individual panels. Details of individual panels. Position, size and spacing of adjustable steel stores. And position, size and spacing of joists, shoulders and ties. Now, details of formwork for columns, beams, parapets, slabs and kickers. So what actually they need? Now more they need details of construction joints and movement joints, and details of retaining walls and deep beams showing position and size of ties, joints, shoulders and sheeting, together with detailed information on erection and casting sequence and construction joints, general assembly details and full calculation sheet, and proposals at all penetrations through concrete, proposed sequence of shoring and reshoring, beams and slabs for different spans and floor heights, and number of floors showed, and stepping time for supported and suspended structural elements, clearly identifying supported element and suspended element. This was one. Let us repeat this because this is very much required for knowledge. And the shop drawings shall include plans and sections giving following minimum information for each level. So shop drawings are going to be prepared for, you have to prepare plans and sections of your proposal, and you have to describe in that number 1, A, details of individual panels, B, position, size and spacing of adjustable steel shores, and position, size and spacing of joist, shoulders, and details of formwork for columns, beams, parapets, slabs and kickers, as well as details of construction joints and movement joints, and details of retaining wall and deep beams showing position and sizes of ties, joints, shoulders and sheeting, together with detailed information on erection and casting sequences, and construction drawings. General assembly details and full calculation sheets and proposals at all penetrations through concrete, proposed sequence of shoring and so it says proposed sequence of shoring and reshoring, beams and slabs for different spans and floor heights, number of floors showed, and stripping time for supported and suspended structural elements, clearly identifying supported elements and suspended elements. Then scales of shop drawing, then scales of shop drawing shall be as follows, and that is details 1:1 or 1:5, 1:10, 1:20, construction 150, 1:50 and 1:100, and layout and site plan 1:100 or 1:200. A contractor shall submit samples of all proposed formwork, materials and samples of ties proposed for use in general situations above water level table and for fair faced concrete. Contractor shall allow 14 days for engineer's review and of submittals of samples. Sorry. So supply and delivery set. Contractor shall submit samples of all proposed formwork, materials and samples of ties proposed for use in general situations above water table and for fair face concrete. Contractor shall allow 14 days for engineer's review of submittals or samples. Supply and delivery of built-in pipe work. Built-in pipe work should be clearly shown on detailed construction program to be submitted by contractor. Method statements for erection and removal of formwork shall be submitted by contractor before start of works for engineer's review and approval. The method statement shall include risk assessments related to activity. So now we go further. Method of action removal of formwork shall be submitted by contractor before start of works for engineer's review and approval. Method statement shall include risk assessments related to activity. Then when formwork is to be carried out by subcontractor, pre-qualification documents shall be submitted for engineer's review and approval. This was formwork. Now we are talking quality assurance in formwork. Quality assurance in formwork. Formwork shall comply with requirements of BS 5975 and EN 1992-1-1. Erection of formwork and associated false work shall be executed and supervised by fully qualified personnel having a minimum of 5 years experience. Contractor shall obtain approval to load whatever particular section of works from engineers. Formwork design shall be carried out in accordance with Concrete Society Technical Report number 13. Okay, so let's repeat. Erected formwork shall be watertight. First of all, let's say formwork design shall be carried out in accordance with Concrete Society technical report number 13, and we will see what that report is. Erected formwork shall be watertight from ingress of external liquids and egress of internal liquid. Ingress of external liquids and egress of internal liquids. Adjustable steel supports and shores shall allow form board and formwork to be accurately adjusted to line and level. Contractor shall ensure that adequate ground support for false work is available, and if not, shall take measures to make them suitable. I'm just going to read it first and we'll think of what's the short there or not short there. Formwork shall be designated. Formwork shall be designed to be sufficiently rigid to maintain correct position. It should be rigid. Shape and profile, so that final concrete structure is within dimensional tolerances specified for part 9.7 of this part. So we can say formwork shall be designed to be sufficiently rigid to maintain correct position, shape and profile, so that final concrete structure is within dimensional tolerance specified subpart 9.7 of this part. Formwork shall be designed to be demountable without causing shock. Disturbance or damage to concrete. Split formwork, soffit formwork properly supported on shores only. Soffit means horizontal bottom. Soffit formwork properly supported on shores only shall be capable of being retained and soffit formwork properly supported on shores only shall be capable of being retained in position during concrete maturing period. I'm not feeling uncomfortable, I want to relax. Design shall allow free movement and accessibility under formwork. Shores for abnormal ceiling heights shall be specially designed. Formwork shall be designed to incorporate 20 mm chamfers on exposed corners of columns, walls and beams. This is a very important point. I'm feeling thirsty again. I don't know reason for that. No problem. You have to drink water. Better. It's hot and better hydrate yourself. Now, design of formwork shall take into account following. That is important point now. Design of formwork. We are coming to real technology. Design of formwork shall take into account following considerations: height and rate of pour, thickness of member, concrete slump and density, placing temperature, texture of finish, construction joints, wind load on soffit forms. In addition to concrete weight, it will take an additional live load of 2.5 kPa or 250 kg per square meter. That is kPa, 2.5 kPa. Okay. Or if a motorized cart is used, an additional live load of 3.75 kPa, or you can say 375 kg more. Minimum design load for combined dead and live load is 6.5 kPa. 6.5 kPa, because 2.5 plus 3.75, it is of course 6.25, so no problem, 6.5 kPa safety side. If a motorized car is used in 7.75 kPa, now this is the maximum design loads. Then worst combination of that is self-weight formwork, formwork forces, and reinforcement weight. Well, reinforcement weight is not, well, no problem, let us say weight, wet concrete weight, worst combination of self-weight of formwork forces, reinforcement weight, wet concrete weight, and construction loads, then wind loads, incidental dynamic effects by placing vibrating and compacting concrete. Incidental dynamic effects. Use of externally applied vibrators. Method of concrete discharge and access for concrete placement and vibration. Let me little Then before beginning related formwork operation, contractor shall erect a job mock-up to a reasonable size, including all items such as sheeting, stiffeners, solders, ties, etc., and including release agents were used and for following types of formwork, and shall obtain approval of engineer before proceedings. Columns, slabs and beams. Columns, slabs and beams, staircases, fair-faced concrete, show method used to conceal holes, and cove ties not required. Now, upon prior consultation, agreement of location and approval, job mock-ups may remain as part of finished work. Now it's general. Now formwork materials. Let us start. We will talk of these forces. It's not the issue of this. Understand materials, since so understand what loads are coming. Generalist form shall be of wood, metal, or other material acceptable to engineer. Design of formwork shall be responsibility of contractor. Formwork shall conform to requirements EN 1992-1-1. Okay, now formwork shall be of wood, metal or other materials capable or acceptable to engineer, and design of formwork shall be responsibility of contractor. Formwork shall conform to requirement of EN 10 1992-1-1. Form oil and form sealer shall be of quality as acceptable to engineers. Class of finished and materials. Class of finish and materials. That is also very important. Class of finish. What type of finish it is, that's also very important. I will show you tag again. We are going on concreting or stock of concrete. Okay, now let me put out this way. Please sit down this way. Let us see if I can handle this. 152. Let me put off this. If I put off my, okay, let me put off my lights and just for half an hour. As usual I do, so that battery is not charged unnecessarily. Unnecessary charging of battery is also dangerous, I think. This is what software engineer told me. So I just put off this way. Okay, let's move further. And now I can say so it's saying formwork material is the word. Now class of finish and material. One is unformed finish. Unformed finish means my window is open, with some dust particles. No problem. Class of finish and material. Unformed finish surface and unformed surfaces shall be classified as under. But I put light on. I'm not feeling a little dark here. No problem. Unformed surfaces shall be classified as under U4, U3, U2, U1. Unformed, this is where there is no form, means top of slab, for example, or you can say top of beam, sort of slab. Bottom is formed, sides are formed. Similarly, bottom of slab is formed. So top of slab on which you finish, it's not formed. So this is timber trowel finish. If you do timber, use timber trowel and finish, it's called U4. That is easiest one. And say U3, this is steel trowel finish. This is U3. You know, steel float, you have to finish with that, a little better. And then brushed finish. Rather than something, you apply some brush. That is U2. Brush is, not ordinary brush, not wire brush, means different type of brush. And it is U1, other finish designated by engineer, such as scraded finish. Okay, scraded finish. Then where floor slab is to receive a scrade finish, the scrade finish slab shall be laid to slopes and levels shown on drawings, and top surface shall be tamped whilst unset to produce a suitable keyed surface for receipt of appropriate finishing material. So scraded finish means where floor slab is to receive a scraded finish, slab shall be laid to slopes and levels shown on drawings, and top surface shall be damped whilst unset to produce a suitable keyed surface for receipt of appropriate finishing material. Another one is floated finish. Floated, where a floated finish is required to floor surface, also floor slab, top surface shall be leveled and floated whilst 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 unset to an uniform finish to slopes and levels shown on drawing. Floated shall be Floating shall be done in such a manner as not to bring in excess of water to surface. Then there is dust proof finish, where concrete surfaces are required to provide a dust proof finish. This shall be treated with 2 coats of accepted material. Each coat shall be applied with a soft brush on a clean and dry surface in accordance with manufacturer's printed instructions. Non-slip finish. Concrete surfaces described on drawings as having a non-slip finish shall be treated with carborundum dust evenly sprinkled on whilst concrete is still green, at rate of 1.5 kg per meter square, 1.5 kg per meter square, and lightly troweled in before final finishing. Alternatively, carborundum dust may be incorporated into finish by means of a mechanical power float. Now, hardened finish. Where a hardened finish is required to floor, slab, these shall be treated with 3 coats of accepted material. Each coat shall be applied with a soft brush on a clean and dry surface in accordance with manufacturer's printed instructions. Now, finishing unformed surfaces. What's that? So this we discussed so far was U1, other finish designated by engineer. These were the finishes like sprayed finish, float finish, dust proof finish, non-slip finish, hardened finish, and now finishing unformed surfaces. Now finishing unformed surfaces shall be tamped, floated, floated, troweled or brushed as defined below and shown on drawings. Type T, Type F, Type ST, Type BR. What is Type T? A tamped surface. Tamped surface shall be formed by leveling. Tamped surface shall be formed by leveling and tamping concrete. Leveling and tamping concrete to produce a uniform edge, to produce a uniform plan. Now, tamped surface shall be formed by leveling and tamping concrete to produce a uniform plane and ridged surface, surplus concrete being struck off by a straight edge immediately after compaction. It's also first stage of following finish. Now type F. This is type T. I discussed type T. This is tamped surface shall be formed by T stands for tamping. Tamped surface shall be formed by leveling and tamping concrete to produce a uniform plane or ridged surface, surplus concrete being struck off by a straight edge immediately after compaction. It's also the first stage of following finish. Now it is F. This is floated surface. Floated surface be uniform surface. Floated surface shall be uniform surface which has been worked no more than is necessary to remove scrape marks by hand or with wood float or by power float of a type acceptable to engineers. Surface shall not be floated until concrete has hardened sufficiently. Okay, then we say floated surface over now. ST is still traveled surface. So it is by name of the method is T for tamping, then F for float, and still, that is still traveled ST. When say ST, still traveled shall be a hard, smooth finish. Hard, smooth finish. Just I show a tag for those who may not be. Concrete, this is concrete, concrete and concrete. So it is tempered surface and floated surface. Now ST, that is still traveled. I think it's better to put light on. Okay. Still traveled. I will put this fan on off for 5-10 minutes and let me enjoy this one. Still traveled shall be hard, smooth finish, free from travel marks and formed with a steel trowel under firm pressure. Troweling shall not commence until moisture film has disappeared and concrete has hardened sufficiently to prevent excess latency from being worked to surface. If latency is brought to surface, it shall be removed. This is steel tamping. Again I read, this is important, A steel trowel shall be a hard and smooth finish, free from trowel marks and formed with steel trowel under firm pressure. Troweling shall not commence until moisture film has disappeared and concrete has hardened sufficiently to prevent excess latency from being worked to surface. If latency is brought to surface, it shall be removed. Now type BR, that is brushed shall be. Brushed, BR stand for brush. So brushed shall be formed before concrete has hardened by drawing a wire broom over concrete surface at right angles to traffic flow to give an average texture depth of 1 mm. Now this is for 1 mm texture depth. Okay. Now for ground slab concrete shall be treated with sodium silicate or a similar dust preventive coating. This must be applied in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Type of finish will be specified on drawings or as directed by engineer before beginning any concrete pour with unformed surfaces. Contractor shall obtain confirmation of type of finish required from engineer. Initial finishing of unformed surfaces shall commence immediately after placing and compacting compaction has taken place. Suitable access boards or platforms shall be provided to allow access to all parts of unformed surfaces to be finished. Where a protective treatment or topping layer is to be applied to concrete, manufacturers and suppliers' recommendations shall be followed concerning required finish. Brush to finish shall be obtained by carrying out a steel trial finish and then using a suitable stiff nylon brush dragged lightly across surface. Addition of small quantity of water to finishing towel will be permitted to aid finishing. A small quantity, I think it's not correct. Now surface finish classification. Let me take some water. Again messes come for what I don't know. So it is surface finish classification, and meanwhile I take water. I'm feeling thirsty again. Now surface finish classification. Finishes to form surfaces of concrete shall be classified as F1, F2 and F3. This is finishes to formed surfaces of concrete, formed surfaces shall be classified as F1, F2 and F3 or such other special finish as may be designated. Where class of finish is not designated, all internal concrete shall be finished to class F3, external concrete below ground finished to class F1, and where surfaces are to be tanked by covering with paint or sheeting, formwork shall be capable of achieving a finish suitable for proposing Propose tanking as directed by engineer. Now formwork material. Formwork material. Formwork for class F3. Formwork for class F3 finish shall be lined with as large panel. Formwork for class finish 3 F3 finish shall be lined with as large panels as possible of non-staining material with a smooth, unblemished surface such as sanded plywood or hard compressed fiber board arranged in uniform approved pattern and fixed to back formwork by oval nails. Same type of lining shall be used throughout any one structure. Unfaced wrought boarding or standard steel plate panels shall not be permitted. Right. Formwork of class F2, what was that? Unfaced wrought boarding on or standard steel panels shall not be permitted. A was same type of lining shall be used throughout any one structure, and unfaced wrought boarding or standard steel plate panels shall not be permitted. Formwork for class F2 finish shall be finished with wrought tongue and grooved boards. Formwork for class F2 finish shall be faced with wrought tongued and grooved boards, that is F2, or plywood arranged in a uniform approved pattern, free from defects likely to detract from appearance of surface. Now, formwork for class F1 finish shall be constructed of timber or of any suitable material which will prevent loss of grout when concrete is vibrated. Now this is formwork materials. So I say exposed concrete surface finishes. Exposed concrete surface finishes. Alright, now we'll go to formwork to be wetted surface. Wait, I missed something, I think. Exposed concrete surface is finished. I will to start, sorry. Let me see with better situation here. 1 hour 48 minutes. Okay, let me wait for half an hour more. Now, exposed concrete surface shall have a class F3 finish. Exposed concrete surface. Care shall be taken to ensure that finish to be exposed is concrete on external and internal surfaces. Care shall be taken to ensure that finish to exposed concrete on external and internal surfaces are of highest quality to produce a smooth concrete surface of unformed or uniform texture and appearance without care shall be taken to ensure that finish to exposed concrete on external and internal surfaces are of highest quality to produce a smooth concrete surface of uniform texture and Alright. Care shall be taken to ensure that finish to exposed forms on external surface, external and internal surfaces are of highest quality to produce a smooth concrete surface of uniform texture and appearance without visible imprints of grains, steppings, or ridges. Resulting concrete shall be free from honeycombing, stains, fins, lippings, nail and screws. So these are requirements. Grains, stoppings and ridges must free. Now, resulting concreting shall be free from honeycombing, stains, fins, lipping, nail and screw marks, raised grain marks or some other imperfections, and shall be of a uniform surface. Then you see, resulting concreting surface shall be free from honeycomb, stains, fins, lipping, nails and screws, marks, raised grain marks or any other imperfections or some other imperfections, and shall be of uniform surface. That's it. And shall be of uniform surface, texture and color. Only very minor surface blemishes caused by entrapped air or water will be accepted, provided that they do not exceed 0.5% by area of each square meter considered separately, and in addition .5% the area of each. Okay. Formwork to wetted surfaces of water retaining structures shall be class F3. All exposed concrete corners and edges shall have 20 mm by 20 chamfer. It's triangular actually, not rectangular. Grooves in exposed corners shall be formed by attaching tapered planar timbered battens accurately aligned to face of former. Now we go to form ties. We are going very slowly, because this is theory and misunderstood. Just every day getting. Then you see what is that? This is form ties. Form ties shall conform to following requirements. Form ties we are talking. Factory fabricated, adjustable in length, use removable or snap off metal form ties, designed to prevent formwork deflection and to prevent spalling concrete surfaces on removal. No metal shall be left closer than applicable level of cover to surface of concrete. Alright, so these are points that you use removable or snap off metal from ties designed to prevent formwork deflection and to prevent spalling concrete surfaces on removal. No metal shall be left closer than applicable level of cover to surface of concrete. Holes larger than 10 mm diameter in concrete surface when using snap ties shall not be permitted. Form ties shall have a factor of safety not less than 1.5. This is form ties. Again I read this. Coating and accessories. Coating and accessories. I am just trying to give you something about concrete which is very interesting, and this must be interesting to all engineers, not to me alone, because I am not alone in profession. I also know that this is very boring subject. I know this. But to be very frank, engineering is completely boring. If you compare engineering to other disciplines, it is just very boring. Engineering is no entertainment. And that's why it's concrete. Complete boring engineering. No, sorry, COVID, no concrete, I'm sorry. This is concrete. Itself boring, but not on site. It's boring on papers, because you are producing something forever. Forever, I mean to say 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 100 years. That's equivalent to forever. You are not selling something for 1 month. You are not delivering something for 2 months. This pride you must have. You are giving to that person who owns this something for lifelong time. That person may spend money on house and on belongings of house like furniture, others. Only house goes longest use. Other items are not that much. And moreover, one feels comfort in house. So you are giving to that person that degree of confidence that you are safe in this room. That's why I'm saying this is very boring, but actually this is not boring. This is very interested. So coating and accessories. In between sometimes I want to reduce your boring degree. What to do? It's no calculation in this. Yes, there is calculation. I will show you. Coating and accessories and but I don't know I have that or no. I think I don't have that. Shuttering. I'm not sure. I could get you some diagrams also for shuttering. I think I have one. I'm not sure. If I'll show you book otherwise. In book it may be there. I'll see later on. I don't want to waste time. I'll see later on. Can we have that or no? If I can have, we will talk on that. Now, coating of accessories. Form coatings shall be commercial formulation. That is coating and accessories. It's very small. It's giving me very small. Yes. What reason for that? Form coating shall be commercial formulation. Form coating means some application of oil or some liquid on forms. Commercial formulations, form coating compounds that we will not bond with. Those compounds shall not bond with, stain, nor adversely affect concrete surfaces, requiring bond or adhesion, nor impede wetting of surfaces to be cured, shall be used. Again, because this is little complicated, form coating means form surface coatings, shall be commercial formulation, form coating compounds that shall not bond with, stain, nor adversely affect concrete surfaces, requiring bond or adhesion, nor impede wetting of surfaces, to be cured, and shall be used. Use of form coatings shall be strictly in accordance with manufacturer's instruction. Now, forms in contact with concrete shall be treated with a suitable non-staining mold oil to prevent adherence of concrete. I think the light's a problem here. Despite its, no, I don't think so. What's the battery now? Let me see. What's the position of battery? 1 hour 22 minutes. Let me say for 10 minutes I'll open this. Now, I put fan on. It's better. Yes, I wanted to save energy, but I was really hot. What do you if I'm not comfortable? I don't talk and strain. One should be comfortable, better to, otherwise I'll sleep. I'll fall asleep otherwise, Now, it says that the use of foam coating shall be strictly in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Foam work in contact with concrete. Foam work in contact with concrete shall be treated with suitable non-staining mold oil to prevent adherence of concrete. Foams for exposed surfaces shall be coated with oil. Foams for exposed surfaces shall be coated with oil before reinforcement is placed. Foams for unexposed surfaces may be thoroughly wetted with water. In lieu of oiling, that is foams for unexposed surfaces, may be thoroughly wetted with water in lieu of oiling immediately before placing of concrete, except during freezing weather. Excessive oiling of foams so I was just thinking how to foam work in contact with concrete shall be treated with suitable non-staining mold oil to prevent adherence of concrete. Foams oil for exposed surface shall be coated with oil. Exposed surface will be coated with oil before reinforcement is placed, while foams for unexposed surface may be thoroughly wetted with water in lieu of oiling immediately before placing of concrete, except during freezing weather. Excessive oiling of foam shall not be permitted in order to prevent discoloration of cement plaster. Where concrete surface is to be painted, it says now, excessive oiling of foams shall not be permitted in order to prevent discoloration of cement plaster. Where concrete surface is to be painted, foam oil must not affect bond between concrete and paint. And how much? Let me put batteries on. I think it's better if batteries are 1 hour 23 minutes. So let me put it, but don't take it. I forgot, maybe I forgot to put it on. So let me put this on before it's too late. My video goes off here. Put lights on also. It's difficult to read otherwise. No problem, let half an hour. It says that care shall be taken to prevent oil from coming in contact with reinforcement with concrete or construction joints. Any oil or reinforcement steel shall be removed. This is the question mark. Question. In question, because this is not correct. Care shall be taken to prevent oil from coming in contact with reinforcement. It's okay, as far as it's okay. One more point. Excessive oiling of farms shall not be permitted in order to prevent discoloration of cement plaster where concrete surface is to be painted. Where concrete surface is to be painted, farm oil must not affect bond between concrete and paint. That's the point. Care shall be taken to prevent oil from coming in contact with the reinforcement. Rebars, steel bars. You should not touch the paint on that. Now, care shall be taken to prevent oil from coming in contact with reinforcement or with concrete at construction joint. At construction joint, there is no oil on that. Oil on reinforcing steel shall be removed. That's the problem. How shall be removed? Shall be removed how? That's the question to decide. Sometime by chance you throw some oil on that, and once it goes on steel, you cannot remove that. Yes, by chance it goes on concrete, you can scabble that part of concrete or repair that. But from steel, you have to take out steel from that location. Do you understand that? That's why supervisor must be very careful, because we are not selling banana here, we are working on concrete. Release agents shall not be used where concrete surfaces receive special finishes or applied coatings which may be affected by agents unless approved by engineer. Fillet and chamfer strips. Fillet and chamfer strips shall be PVC or timber to approval of engineer. You must have seen these strips, triangular strips. Generally, these are aluminum. So 6:21 much time have 2 hours 39 minutes. So, care shall be taken to prevent oil from coming in contact with reinforcement or with concrete construction joints. Any oil reinforcement shall be removed. Release agent shall not be used where concrete surfaces receive special finishes or applied coatings which may be affected by agent unless approved by engineer. Fillet and chamfer strip shall be PVC or timber to approval of engineer. Do you know what is that? I think maybe you do not know. Let me explain to you by small sketch. It's not big deal. Very small sketch it is. It should be clear now before running further. Actually, it's actually, for example, can I do this? Let me see how can I do this. This is, let us say this is a beam here. This is a beam here. This is here. I like this here. This is fillet. It's called chamfer or fillet. And also in a column. It's like that, if I say. These are just two nominal sketches I've built, just rough sketches. You can see this here, this is a suspended slab. Here is a suspended slab, here's a drop stand beam. There's nothing here. You can see this corner and this corner. There's no restriction, they are exposed to view. So here's a cut in this very small cut, 20 mm by 20 mm triangular. And similarly here, this is exposed one. And if it is not exposed, then for example here, this is also exposed one. This column, this is also exposed one. You can see there's no connection. There's no connection. If there's a connection here, you can say it's a connection here. Then there's a connection here. You can't, but here is a free. It's free. So these 4 fillets, small corner 20 by 20 triangular. These are called chamfers or fillet. These are of PVC or wood. This is what we are talking of. So it says that fillet and chamfer steps shall be PVC or timber to approval of engineer. Tapes to be used to seal joints of formwork. Panels for smooth finish concrete shall be plastic. Faced adhesive, plastic faced adhesive tape to the approval of engineer. Precast concrete molds shall be rigid, steel, wood or fiberglass molds. Precast concrete molds. Stands, you can say, tapes to be used to seal joints of formwork. Panels for smooth finish concrete shall be plastic faced or plastic faced. Adhesive tape to approval of engineer. Now precast concrete mold shall be rigid, steel, wood or fiberglass molds. Flashing shall be galvanized steel. Flashing regular shall be galvanized steel of longest possible length. Now this will is coating and accessories. We understand that we have. So what we have studied so far is in very glimpse, you can say, we understand what you read. We've gone through very slowly, though it's concrete and must be well known to you. That's why I'm spending more time on this. So far we have gone through in this formwork, class of finished structure, very responsibly we have gone through that, and that is formwork. We have gone through general in this, what is transportation we have gone through, covering and that. Health and safety angle we have gone through. Then in references we have gone through all codes and submittals, what submittals we should do, details of individual panels, position, size, spacing of adjustable position, size and spacing of joists, and details of formwork for column, beams, parapets, and also details of construction joints and movement joints, and details of retaining walls and deep beams showing So we have gone through this, formwork details of individual panels, position sizes, and details of formwork, details of construction joints, details of retaining walls, and general assembly for the calculation sheets and all that. And we have gone through scale of shops, quality assurance we have gone through, method statement we have gone through, formwork shall comply with requirements, all that we have gone through. And going to formwork shall be designated of separation to maintain correct positions, designs, and high thickness concrete placing, concrete slump placing, all these considerations you have to make in. Then what are weights on that we have gone through. Then what are the methods of concrete discharge we have gone through before beginning, and then was columns, slab beams, and staircases. Now formwork material. So formwork materials we've gone through. I think we see something here. In formwork materials we have gone through. I'll repeat all this, don't worry. What type of finishes they are. Then we can say form ties we talked of, coatings and we talked of. And formwork execution now we are reaching. Formwork execution, that's a very important point. Formwork execution. We always say execution, this is also execution. Where formwork to external faces will be permanently exposed at horizontal and vertical formwork joints shall be so arranged that joint lines will form a uniform pattern on face of concrete. Formwork execution is how to execute formwork. It's very important item, and not exactly means you have to think on that. How to a kind of working drawing you can say you must have, because it's your design. Of course, I will justify also what you design for. Where formwork to external faces shall be permanently exposed, all horizontal and vertical formwork joists shall be so arranged that sometimes you have to read carefully, otherwise you can't interpret correctly, and that's what I'm saying. You have to read it properly. If you don't read it properly, we cannot understand rightly what it does. Now, where formwork to external faces shall be permanently exposed, all horizontal and vertical formwork joints shall be so arranged that joint lines will form a uniform pattern on face of concrete. Oh, get lost! Hell, bastards concept. Nonsense. Yeah, illiterate people in this country. Illiterate, nonsense people. Where contractor proposes to make up, where contractor proposes to make up formwork from standard size manufactured formwork panels. Size of such panels shall be approved by engineer before they are used in construction of works. Finished appearance of entire elevation finished appearance of entire elevation of structure. Finished appearance of entire elevation of structure and adjoining structures shall be considered when planning pattern of joint lines caused by formwork and by construction joints. Sometimes I smile also because I don't know what I'm doing. I done all this, but I am explaining to them. Finished appearance of entire elevation of structure, adjoining structure shall be considered when planning pattern of joint lines caused by formwork and by construction joints to ensure continuity of horizontal and vertical lines. Masonry nails or similar items shall not be used to fix formwork of like to permanent concrete works. Masonry nails or similar items shall not be used to fix formwork of like to permanent concrete work. Trial panels. Trial panels shall comprise surfaces drawings is happening to these things. I don't know. No problem, let them go. Where they want to go, old drawings. You know, these drawings are very old. These all drawings I kept here like, protected because I drew them myself in 1992 to 1994 or 3 or 4 years. These are all tracing papers, our graph papers, and these are plannings of complexes, towns. I could not get successful in this. In those days, when nobody knew about integrated planning, but I tried myself. I showed to you also before. I'll show you once more. These are all complexes in shape of letters. For example, you can say Bharat Mata, let us say, or India, a beautiful nation, you can say, or whatever you say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or religiously you may say, or you may say 15th August, or you may say Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Krishna, like that. It's different difference. All buildings are in letters form, counting letters, and then infrastructural around. So this was my dream that time, but I was not that lucky to pass out that dream. I failed. In fact, I failed on that. No problem. Life is that. I'm not a good businessman, you can say. I could not promote this. I'm just a layman in that. I'm better on technical side rather than commercial side. Moreover, I can't talk diplomatically, and I can't cheat. Number one, my bad character is that I can't lie. This is my problem. I can't cheat. This is my problem. And if I promise, I do it. Otherwise, I feel guilty. That's why I don't make friendship a lot. I don't have personal relations with people. I'm just telling you for what I don't know, but I'm telling you. I am a bad man, you can say bad person, because I am constrained to myself, and I'm not cooperated. I have to do my work myself, and my problem is I believe in system. I have philosophy of that. Either I make my system and follow it, or if I regard some other system which is being followed somewhere, I join that system and become regular there, punctual there, and if I get a chance, I can change the system. But I have feeling that I tried throughout this country. People may say something, but they do differently. That's my problem. It's my, you can say, bad habit, good habit, I don't know. That habit is the bad one. I can't cope with group. I can't cope with group because problem is people don't understand something, they just poke their nose. Either you be ready for some discussion thoroughly. If you don't have proper documentation, you don't have proper knowledge, and you are just poking for sake of poking and just suggesting without going through what I'm talking. I see people, if I show them something, they don't go through that thoroughly and then say, okay, it should be like this and it should be like this. Means you start commenting without thoroughly understanding what I'm giving, what I've talked. That approach I don't like. But understand first, then we discuss. Just I show something, how you supposed to comment, oh, this should be here, this way. Superficial only. So what happens? I depend on myself then. I depend on myself. I don't depend on others. If I want to do something, I don't tell someone, I start doing it. People come to know when lot of done. Oh, you are doing this, I should line this should line this, you should have done this, you should have done. You do it. You do it. What is problem of our people, 90%, 95% people are only talkative. Talkative without knowing facts, suggestive without understanding, and no habit of scanning documents first. This is I observe personally. Habit of our people, particularly our country people, engineers particularly. I'm not talking of advocates, I'm engineers and doctors, of course. Doctors' field is different, howsoever. But engineers' field requires that capability, but no, they don't do. 95% people run away from detailed documents coordination. And I know what I'm talking won't be welcomed by them. They would say, oh, we are practical. Yes, you are practical. I am not practical. I am practical. Everybody is practical here. You know practical meaning here? Don't waste time on documentation. Go to site and tell what to do. Go to site and tell what to do. Sites people cannot go through documents. They cannot go through specifications. We have done it many times and we will do it. They won't listen to you and don't know everything. Sometimes when I used to talk to Arabic people, our colleagues, they tell them something, I know. If you ask them something, possibly like this, possibly like that, first of all, they won't answer. And you tell them, it's like that, oh yes, I know. I express like this. They don't answer. And they don't, when you tell something, oh I know, don't dismiss, I know it, don't tell me this. If nature is like that, means if you feel ego, see, either you know it's very good, you know it. But if somebody tells you something, either suggest for improvement and don't say I know. If you know, why you didn't do it? Question is, if you know, why did you not do it? I am just chatting in between for something, though it's related to this subject. So far, I talked to you through FIDIC about documents. I'm not talking FIDIC now, but FIDIC is a part of that. It's a part of FIDIC. It's concrete I'm talking. Though I am sure I won't find time even today for FIDIC. Yesterday I could not get time because concrete is also very important. And still, I've gone through only this is now, I think it is, how many pages were there? 94 of 205, this page now. Concrete is a permanent material. It's permanent material and exclusive material without which you cannot do anything. We must care for concrete. Because I have seen during my career, you drop yourself, you drop value if you don't know concrete properly. I have 3 or 4 instances in my life I can clearly tell without any degree of shame I failed. One time, I was site agent of a project. I can clearly tell, no problem to me. I was posted on a project that was school building. This was Qatar. A school building at that time was about 15 million reals, which was good amount that time. So 1985, 86, I think 86. And I had worked in Iraq and in Libya that time. Of course, in our country, I worked for 6 years in our department, government departments. I did not learn anything here. I actually, whatever I learned, I had forgot here. There, what I learned, I forgot because all were talkative only. All engineers were talkative when I was there. They did nothing, chatting, talking. Means all irrelevant subjects, means forget that. I learned for 2 years in Iraq. Then there's some problem. I had not left, but because of remittance and all that, you could not remit your earnings. So I changed one company, then went to other one. Then I said, okay, there's no problem here. The war is also going, war between Iraq and Iran at that time. And then, okay, I got another job. I came back from there. I got another job, and though I learned something in Iraq, I cannot say no. I learned. It was not documented very well, but the quality was maintained there. That I appreciate in that kind of Saddam Hussein. And quality on site, tolerances and workmanship, you can say, very hard. I never expected when I was in India The quality can be checked like that. I'm not talking quality means workmanship quality, sizing, plumb, alignment, and of course this tower, we're constructing tower, and it was fair face. Fortunately, I got fair face in that, and but I saw pre-concrete and post-concrete. I never thought they would come at post-concrete even because pre-concrete checks are so strong, and I was shaken. Means I did not imagine they can check like that, and not checked by a professional, by traditional people like senior carpenters who spend their life in shuttering work, those type of workers, Iraqi workers, millimeter by millimeter, measuring with axis of building, set axis, from that you have to check everything, x axis and y axis, both way. I had to give what's required, millimeter by millimeters. No leniency. Put a thread here from 1 meter of this axis to outside and 1 meter this way, so that we can see how much, what's thickness of a ply and what's thickness of a timber batten, and then total is this much of distance. Of if you are taking 1 meter from axis of that, how far is axis from this column, and then ply size and timber size, and we have means how much balance should be. We have to check that at bottom and at top. At bottom and at top, 4 meter column, all axes, no choice. It took many hours for inspection. I thought he would come and inspect as if he couldn't, but he rejected all. He was smiling. These people can't do it. But our people also, they don't know what checks in a room. It was starting columns, and we thought we will cast these 4 columns today, but he came and rejected. Well, it happened. People had to learn accuracy. So we got him means what actually he wants. We started following his inspection method. Nothing written, believe me, nothing written. Only practical side. Do like this, do like this, do like this. He used to calculate in his own language, Arabic script. So we had to follow another way. Plumb has to take 1 at top and 1 at middle, and this then 4 meter height means you cannot allow plumb more than 3 millimeters in 4 meters. So this end and that end, this way and that way, we took alignment at bottom, top, and then when taking plumb means all 3 points come in same line. Okay, we started this way, and pouring is approved, and then I was also surprised when he, after removal of shadow, he came again, checking everything again, same way, means same alignment again, x-axis and y-axis and top and bottom, checking alignments, how is differences coming, and then plumb difference, all that. I never expected that. A post-concrete survey, all right. It's first time, you can't say no. He caught us on one column. Some of our surveyor played on measurement, 4 centimeters. 4 centimeter, that column was found to be out, off axis. And one RCC wall was about, I think, 100 mm or 150, I think, I'm not sure. That was bulged on one side. Bulged on one side. This was 2 items. There was 2 items. Because I was in charge here, I was in the question. It reached to that level that this engineer knows nothing, because this matter reached to resident engineer, and he could not speak against that that examiner, you may call it inspector, you may call it whatever you call it, could not say anything against that, because that was a powerful person backed by government. I explained to them, I checked everything, but how long can you check if somebody plays with you? Because some people were not happy with video. So one surveyor played with me, and well, whatever has happened, I had to take blame on that. So it was agreed, first of all, that I don't know job, you're not experienced, and are you engineer? That is the question. Well, that is different matter. Our people play everywhere. Our people people play everywhere means that this man is having private study. He is not a government institution person. They call Institution of Engineers India as private study. What do you say then? It means you are in problem. People are against you. Well, I said, okay, give me one chance. We'll improve on. This happened due to some error. So what? Okay, you remove this column and remove this wall. Do it again. Well, I agreed for that. Okay, what to do? It was better to remove some error rather than every time confirm that. I still remember that. Jack hammering on that, again doing steel work, shuttering work, and this was my image damage in 1981. 82, 82. But later on, I learnt a lesson. That I have to check everything personally. No dependence. I used to then start it to the right myself. Okay, I'll give alignment, I'll check labels, I'll give spot labels, no problem. I'll check plumb myself, I'll go up and see if some confident person would be there for me. People you have to arrange like that. This still I remember. Then it happened in Qatar. See, sometimes people, a person like me, are not very lucky. It happens. And moreover, learning requires you have to face something. Sometimes time is not good, so you are caught. I was in Doha in Doha, Qatar, it was 86. I was in charge of a school project where, as I told you, 15 million project, big project that time. I think 6,000 cubic meter of structural concrete. 6,000 at that time was big one because there were no jobs in those days, no projects in those days. So 13 schools were being developed, and one was ours. I was in charge of that. It was a starting concrete blasting system. Then very much concrete. The bicycle happened. One truck came, and we missed its slope by chance. Still in a slump, we missed the slump due to something. And meanwhile, resident engineer saw me and hold on, called her back. He's a British guy, and I still remember his name, Nigel Robinson. He was chartered engineer, chartered structural engineer, I'm sure. Very good in works and contracts. See, chartered structural engineer and good in contracts, what a combination. He took slump, shooting, failed. Why didn't you check it? By chance means overlooked. So many trucks ran. Send this truck back. And he held my CV approval. You are not competent. You are not experienced. You don't follow specifications. He held my approval for about 8-9 months until he was sure I was well to do. It happened due to ignorance. I was involved in supervision, I was involved in material, I was involved in site work, I was in quantification, I was in BBS, means like a project manager, or you can say site agent, to do everything for site. Then one day somebody told me, he was appreciating me, this person is doing everything. So he forgot that slump that time. No, son, I could not really understand him, means maybe something wrong that time. But when he say, I was even preparing all progress meeting reports, everything you can say from A to Z. I had two engineers with me, but they were of Arabic nature. One was Lebanese, other was somewhere else. I think one then. So another foreman, one general foreman from Palestine, one foreman from Pakistan, and one foreman from some other country. We had Thailand workers, our country workers, Bangladesh. So it is a mixture which that. So it becomes difficult sometimes to handle. So I completed structure on that. Then I had to go on vacation. Somebody else came, took on finished items. But then later on, when I came back, I was assigned to another project. It's bigger than that project. It was 14 million, that was 30 million that time. I didn't find any problem, except that about some contractual problem, means value form, means you did not take care of this electric pole before starting excavation for this building. So what I'm trying to say is, problems you have to face, and if somebody says, I am not facing any problem, I didn't face, then either that person did not have any opportunity to work, or that person is lying. Lies. It's easy to lie. It's easy to say, yeah, I don't feel any problem. But in construction itself is a problem. Because you have hundreds of workers with you, you have many engineers with you, or you have many foremen with you, you have many vendors with you, you have many subcontractors with you, and you have many your own enemies in your company. And moreover, there is a clash of education. Some people are directly university graduate in engineering, and some like me, poor people who first passed diploma and then passed section A and section B of IEI. So there is a gap. We always consider ourselves inferior because on our certificate the graduate is not given, a bachelor is not given. Well, for me that is not a problem, but I was saying, everybody used to know you are from Calcutta. Oh, IEI. Then no question at all. They know it very well. Many of our Arab people, my company had, and many others asked sometimes, means they did ask me, others, where did he pass from? I want such, can you get me such type of people from India? They didn't know what my education was. They knew that I was very fast in work. That they know. No, I want just like from here. Some Indian said, he asked two Indian, both said, oh, he's from private, he's private fast. See, foreigners don't understand private or government. Our people understand. This is he's from private body, not from university. If they downgraded me, those both guys. But it didn't harm me because my CVs were accepted. Wherever British consultants were saying of that, they approved directly. Oh, you are MIE? Okay, fine. They knew what MIE was. Problem comes only with our community. Arabian people didn't mind if you explain to them, okay, very good, I'm also from such. And once, this certification, all this comes only once. After the way you are merged in that job, you start moving with them. You lead them, in fact. You can say, actually, contract engineers lead them. Fact is that. If you write to them every time, clarify this, you did not solve this. I used to go to every time that in you did not solve this. Where is it? This I am waiting for this. Okay, wait. I had to do my job. I had limited time. So decide on this. What I am giving a reference is not because I did that. I am just trying to say, if you want to be in profession, learn. Don't depend on that I know everything. Actually, I know nothing, to be very frank. I know nothing. Forget degree, forget post-graduation, forget everything. If you can't deliver, so simple. If you can't deliver, you are not a professional. Leave it. Your foreman should come behind you. I want this detail, I want this. So if you do it in advance, instruct them to do tomorrow. And that should do. They should listen to you. They should know you know job. They should know. Even foreman interview, I was investigated indirectly by one Lebanese, I think Lebanese, yes, that still fixer. He was asking me, how shall I do this and how shall I do that and how will I know he was entertaining with me, no problem. And I said, okay, I've been doing same. Asking me then, no, I love you. It's love. In their language is like that. What I'm saying is that, sorry, I wasted time like this, but because sometimes you have to be, chatty. I can't chat to you directly, so I'm just trying to pass my message so that you at least, I was concrete, I'm talking concrete, so I'm continuing on that form work, and this is what now. It happens by chance that now. So we go further, and trial panels now is said. Trial panels shall comprise surfaces that have uniform surfaces and formed surfaces F1, F2 and F3. Concrete cast from job mock-up shall be used to assess acceptability of contractors' workmanship for finishes. These are about trial panels. Trial panels. Trial panels shall comprise surfaces that have uniform surfaces and formed surfaces. Uniform, unformed surfaces and formed surfaces. F1, F2 and F3. Concrete cast from job mock-up. Concrete cast from job mock-up shall be used to assess acceptability of contractors' workmanship for finishing. If finishing is deemed unacceptable by engineer, contractor shall prepare a further mock-up with a particular class of finish. Job mock-ups shall be retained during course of works to allow comparative inspection, comparative inspection with production concreting and finishing, and for purpose of color comparison to ensure color consistency. This is for mock-up. Now formwork phase in contact with concrete. Formwork phase in contact with concrete. Phases of formwork in contact with concrete shall be free from adhering foreign matter, projecting nails and like splits or other defects, and all formwork shall be clean and free from standing water, dirt, shavings, chippings or other deleterious matter. Joints between forms and tie holes shall be watertight to prevent escape of water or formation of fine or other blemishes on formation of fins, actually not fines. Joints between forms and tie holes, forms and tie holes shall be watertight to prevent escape of mortar or formation of fins or other blemishes on face of concrete. Contractor shall verify lines, levels and measurement before proceeding with formwork erection. Formwork surface shall be made clean and free from foreign and deleterious matter prior to start concrete pour. In hot weather, surface of formwork shall be sprayed with water in order to lower temperature prior to start pour. Sloping surface. Formwork shall be provided for top surfaces of sloping work where slope exceeds 15 degrees from horizontal, except where such top surface is specified as spaded finish. Formwork shall be anchored to enable concrete to be properly compacted and to prevent flotation. Care shall be taken to prevent air being trapped under sloping formwork. Temporary openings. Contractor shall provide temporary openings for inspection of inside of formwork and for removal of water used for washing down. Openings shall be formed as to be easily closed before placing concrete. Temporary opening shall be avoided in case of fair-faced concrete. Now form windows. Contractors shall provide windows in forms wherever directed by engineer or necessary for access for concrete placement and vibration. Windows shall be of size adequate for tremens and vibrators, spaced at maximum 1.8 meters, centers horizontally. Any windows shall be tightly closed. Windows shall be tightly closed and sealed before proceeding to place concrete at higher level. Coordination. Contractor shall ensure that work of other trades in forming and setting openings, slots, recesses, chases, slaves, bolts, anchors, and other inserts is fully coordinated. Conduits. Conduits of pipes shall be located. Conduits of pipes shall be located so as not to reduce strength of construction. In no case shall pipes other than conduits be placed in a slab 125 mm or less in thickness. No, in no case shall pipes other than conduits be placed in slab 125 mm or less in thickness. Conduits embedded in concrete slab shall not have an outside diameter greater than one third thickness of slab. Then conduits embedded in concrete slab shall not have an outside diameter greater than one third thickness of slab, nor be placed below bottom reinforcement steel or over top reinforcement steel. Conduits may be embedded in walls provided they are not larger in outside diameter than one third of thickness of wall. So conduits may be embedded in walls provided they are not larger in outside diameter than one third thickness of wall and are not spaced closer than 3 diameter on center and do not impair strength of structure. Now, embedded pipes and conduits shall be supported independently from reinforcement, reinforcing steel in a manner to prevent metallic contact and thereby prevent electrolytic deterioration. Electrolytic deterioration. Pipes and conduits where embedded shall be placed as nearly as possible to center line of concrete section. Conduits piping and other wall penetrations or reinforcement shall be subject to engineer's review and approval. Conduit shall be fixed properly to avoid displacement during concreting and prevent coming in contact with forms. Ties and bolts. Ties and bolts position of ties passing through concrete shall be subject to approval of engineer. Ties, bolts, other devices shall not be built into concrete for purpose of supporting formwork without prior approval of engineer. Whole or part of such supports shall be capable of removal so that no part remains embedded in concrete shall be nearer to surface other than cover reinforcement. Now chamfers. Chamfer molding strips shall be positioned on exposed corners of columns and beams and cambers. If required, camber shall be as shown on drawing, depth of beam at all points in span. Where cambers are used shall be as shown on drawing. Allowances shall be made for compression and settlement of formwork on line and beam. Exterior angle. All exterior angles to concrete exposed to view all exterior angles to concrete exposed to view in completed structure shall be cast to true angles evenly throughout length. Cares shall be taken to ensure that no waviness occurs along angle and that no spalling occurs to concrete on removal of formwork. Surface retarders. Surface retarders shall not be used on formwork surface in contact with concrete unless expressly authorized by engineer. Detection of movement during concrete placement. Detection of movement during concrete placement. Detection moving during concrete placement. Device of telltale types shall be installed on supported forms and elsewhere as required to detect formwork movements and deflection during concrete placement. Devices of telltale type shall be installed on supported form and elsewhere. Okay, now, so this telltale story will see what's that. Where required, slab and beam cambers shall be checked and correctly maintained as concrete loads are applied on forms, and this movement you can know from telltale. Now, workmen shall be assigned to check forms during concrete placement and to promptly seal all matters. Let us see telltale is also important, Telltale meaning in Cambridge English Dictionary. Telltale definition: allowing a secret to become known. A person, especially a child, who secretly tells someone. Telltale. Okay. Dictionary meaning is allowing the secret to be known. Telltale definitions. Telltale sounds, telltale pronunciation. So, well, it's okay. We'll see later on what actually it is. No. We understand the secret tell or something like that. So, we are happy with that. In fact, this information. So it says the devices of telltale type shall be installed on unsupported forms and elsewhere as required to detect formwork, movement and deflection during concrete placement. Where required, slab and beam cambers shall be checked and correctly maintained as concrete loads are applied on forms. Workmen shall be assigned to check forms during concrete placement and to promptly seal all mortar leaks. Now, forms shall be checked during concreting in order to identify displacement and provide corrective actions immediately. Building building in pipes and pipe spatial through concrete walls and floors shall as far as possible be positioned and built in during construction. Input lights off. It's not required now. So the lights are required. Enough light. Why this necessary? Why this we are wasting time? I don't understand this public of this country. Pipes and pipe spatials through concrete walls and floors shall, as far as possible, be positioned and built in during construction. They shall be located exactly in positions shown on drawings and shall be true to line and level. Building in pipes. Okay. Contractor shall take particular care to ensure that fully compacted concrete is in contact with pipes at all points. Where it's not practicable to cast pipes and spatials in concrete, box holes shall be formed in shuttering. Box holes shall be formed in shuttering or block of the box of spatial. Okay. Box shall have 6 or 8 sides depending on pipe diameter and shall be no larger in size than will give adequate clearance for subsequent positioning and grouting in one-half pipe. Sides of box holes shall be provided with a tapered central annular recess. Sides of box holes shall be provided with a tapered central annular recess to provide a positive P. Box hole shall be provided with a grout hole and at top of central annular recess. A vent hole. Box hole shall be stripped with main shuttering and concrete surface thoroughly cleaned and roughened. Box hole shall be stripped with main shuttering and concrete surface thoroughly cleaned and roughened. When pipe is later fixed, remaining holes shall be reshuttered. When pipe is later fixed, remaining holes shall be reshuttered and filled with non-shrink epoxy grout or non-shrink concrete. In case of water retaining structures, contractors shall ensure that measures adopted shall provide a finished joint which is resistant against and free from leakage. Working platform. Safe working platform shall be provided according to Section 11 Health and Safety. Safe access. Safe access shall be provided for workers, inspectors and other users according to Section 11 Health and Safety. Kickers. Kickers shall be provided for walls and columns. Kickers shall be provided for walls and columns. Kickers shall be watertight in order to prevent any grout loss. Cover cover spaces. Cover spaces shall be used in order to maintain required cover between formwork and reinforcement. Water bars. In case of watertight construction, water bars are equivalent as approved by engineer shall be used at joints. Removal of formwork. Removal of formwork. Which time is it? Let me see. It's 47, 13 minutes more. No problem, I'll do it. General. Engineer shall be notified in writing before removal of the formwork. Contractor under no circumstances shall strike formwork until concrete has attained adequate strength to resist damage. To resist damage, in particular to arises and features. Concrete shall be thoroughly wetted as soon as forms are first loosened and shall be kept wet during removal operations and until curing media is applied. A portable water supply with hoses having fine fog spray. A portable water spray with hoses having fine fog spray attachments shall be ready at each removal location. Okay, then what's that? Fog sprays. A portable water supply with hoses having fine fog spray attachment shall be ready at each removal location before operations are commenced. Forms after removal shall be cleaned and prepared for subsequent use. Stripping of formwork. Period of time elapsing between placing of concrete and striking of formwork shall be approved by engineer after consideration of loads likely to be imposed on concrete and shall in any case be not less than periods shown in table 9.1. We'll see that one. Stripping of forms within time limits listed above does not relieve contractor from successfully crushing test tubes and achieving specified compressive strength results. Notwithstanding foregoing, contractor shall be held responsible for whatever damage arising from removal of formwork before the structure is capable of carrying its own weight and any incidental loading. Notwithstanding foregoing contractor means notwithstanding foregoing, then contractor shall be held responsible for any damage arising from removal of formwork before structure is capable of carrying its own weight and whatever incidental loading. Where finished surfaces have re-entrant angles, formwork shall be removed as early as possible within time limits set above to avoid shrinkage cracks. Formwork shall be carefully stripped to avoid sudden shocks from removal of wedges or vibration and which might cause damage to concrete. So formwork shall be carefully stripped to avoid sudden shocks from removal of wedges or vibration which might cause damage to concrete. And reshoring Reshoring to beams and slabs shall be placed immediately after stripping formwork. Now table 9 as said above, stripping time of forms. It's given type of form and minimum period before stripping. Times are from concrete placement. Now beams, this is beam sides, walls and columns. 1 day it says sides, walls, columns, vertical members. Though it's not necessary, but we can take out 1 day soffit of slabs. Props left under 4 days. It's very old anyway. Soffit of beams, joists and girders. Props left under 10 days. Soffit of beams, joists and girders 10 days. So beams are 10 days, joists are 10 days, slabs is 4 days. Props to slabs 11 days. Props to beams 15 days. So beam size 1 and size 2. So these are listed days. Then we go to holes to be filled. Holes to be filled. Holes formed in concrete surfaces by formwork, suppose, or like shall be filled neatly with non-shrink grout. Contractor shall clean and scarify any hole that is to be filled with non-shrink grout. Repair to damaged concrete surfaces. This is an important one, long one, but let us see how much we can do, and then we stop somewhere here. Where concrete surface has been damaged, contractor shall break out any loose, broken or cracked concrete or aggregate. Concrete surrounding hole shall be then concrete surrounding hole shall be then thoroughly soaked, after which surface shall be dried so as to leave a small amount of free water on surface. Surface shall then be dusted with ordinary Portland cement by means of a small dry brush until whole surface that will come into contact with dry pack mortar. So let us read again. Concrete surroundings holes shall be then thoroughly soaked, after which surface shall be dried so as to leave a small amount of free water on surface. Surface shall then be dusted with ordinary Portland cement by means of small dry brush until whole surface that can come into contact with that will come into contact with dry pack mortar has been covered, and alright, then you see surface shall then be dusted with ordinary Portland cement by means of a small dry brush until whole surface that come into contact with dry pack mortar has been covered. Into contact with dry pack mortar has been covered and darkened by absorption of free water by cement. Any dry cement in hole shall be removed. Got it? Again. Concave surrounding holes shall be then thoroughly soaked, about which surface shall be dried so as to leave a small amount of free water on surface. Surface shall then be dusted with ordinary Portland cement by means of a small dry brush until whole surface that come into contact with dry pack mortar has been covered and darkened by the absorption of free water by cement, and it's like that. So let's go to now. Dry pack material then shall be placed and packed in layers having a compacted thickness in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Compaction shall be carried out by use of hardwood stick. Okay, let me read again. Dry packed metal shall then be placed and packed in layers having a compacted thickness. In accordance with manufacturer's instruction, compaction shall be carried out by use of hardwood stick and a hammer and shall extend over full area of layers. Particular care be taken to compact dry pack against the side of hole. After compaction, surface of each layer shall be scratched before further loose metal is added. Once again I read, dry packed metal shall then be placed and packed in layers having a compacted thickness in accordance with manufacturer's instruction, which may be 5 mm, 6 mm, depending on. Compaction shall be carried out by use of hardwood sticks, compact with hardwood stick, that portion, and hammer, and shall extend over full area of layers. Particular care being taken to compact dry pack against side of hole. After compaction, surface of each layer shall be scratched before further layer material is added. Further loose material. Hole shall not be overfilled and surface shall be finished by layering a hardwood block. Then you say hole shall not be overfilled and surface shall be finished by layering a hardwood block against dry pack fill and striking block several times. Steel finishing tools shall not be used and water shall not be added to facilitate finishing. Surface of concrete shall be rubbed down smooth with carborundum and water in an approved manner within 3 days of removing from work. Surface of concrete shall be rubbed down smooth with carborundum and water in an approved manner. Within 3 days of removing formwork, holes left after removal of such supports shall be nearly filled with non-shrink grout of a suitable consistency and matching color. Delivery and storage. Delivery of formwork material shall be done in such a manner that damage can be prevented. Storage. Formwork should be stored after cleaning and preparing for reuse if used before, in such a manner that access to all different materials is available. Materials which can be affected by weathering shall be stored in appropriate building of under cover. Tolerances. We'll see tolerances. This is page 100. So what we discussed today is very important point. We discussed formwork management, formwork organization, formwork which is, you can say, without which no concrete can be done, formworks without which neither concrete can be done, no reinforcement can be done, and without which there can be no concrete. That is called formwork. Very important material. It actually takes time for formwork to erect, for before erection to make up. It actually requires technicians, it requires skilled carpenters, shuttering carpenters who are much more expert in understanding that, because formwork organization is not that easy. It has to be clearly understood how to do it, how to manage it, how convenient it should be. If I want to take beam sides out first, my formwork should be accordingly done. It should not be that I can't take out because this is cut by plywood of slab. No, you have to think on that. Formwork is a design. It is well designed. You have to see weight also. Say there is a 40 centimeter slab, formwork should be different. We have to see design, what load is coming on prop or on standard system, how many tons it is coming. Prop can take 3 tons or 4 tons or 2 tons, or maybe there's some deflection in top members. All these we have to check each and why it's not that easy. Let us say 40 centimeter slabs is giving how much load. So what position should be? Should we keep distance position or local position, or we have to increase thickness of ply, or we have to use something else there. There are heavy foundation somewhere. All that is required. That is where engineering lies. It's not simply do it and go. It's not ordinary building. It can be for heavy buildings. It can be something else. If for 10 meter casting, there was one person, I will cast 10 meter walls. I won't cast less than this. 10 meter casting wall of a seawater basin. 40 centimeters, 30 centimeters, I will cast 10 meters, finish, no question joint, because it is water retaining structure, only joints in raft and wall at bottom, no construction joint in between. So you have to design that way. Wall is designed, I am not saying no, wall is designed, formwork on top. Because you are going to cast same day, of course you will cast in layers, but load on formwork till concrete is fluid has to be registered by that firm. So we have to take that care into our account. That's why formwork, even formwork of foundation is very important. Form of foundation beams very important. Form of columns very important. You have to make sure formwork of a lift, elevator is very important. You have to think. Form of a lift is 4 sides, or maybe more, 3 sides, more 7 sides. You have to cast accordingly, how you have to cast, what way you have to cast, how this form to take, you have internal supports you want or what you want. form work is not easy. You have to think of that. It's design thinking. It's safe thinking. Safety factor applies everywhere. Access applies everywhere. Don't take it lightly. It's not light work. It's difficult work. If you do not understand, you cannot do that. So now I'm closing today's work, and we'll see I reach around 100 pages today. It's 200 page more. So I would close it now for time being and see what can we do tomorrow. And I close it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I close this and